Well, hello, and welcome back. I'm AJ O'Neill, and we are going to finish up with the third part of this project. So we're working on a DuckDNS, dynamic DNS IP address updater tracker mabob thing. And there's just a couple of nits left, and then we're ready to publish this to Webi so that anybody can have it at any time. So one thing that I forgot to do, and we didn't talk about, is setting the execute bit on a script. So let me go ahead and get into this. But before we do, wait, a quick word from our not a sponsor, Mr. Mountain Dew. That's right. Let's pop top, my friends, and open focus. Good old corn syrup. Ah, that's nice. I've been experimenting with all of the different diet flavors, including what I consider to be the April Fool's Mountain Dew, which is the diet and caffeine-free Mountain Dew. Okay, let me go fix that on the other screen real quick. Oh yeah, I rebooted my computer. I was going to say, why is that even popping up? So, go on an SSH into beta here. And then, whoop. Interesting. Why? Oh, that's the one I meant to do. There we are. Okay, and now that I'm here, what am I doing? I'm going to open up Fish. We're going to go into our project folder, and I think we'll see here if this is executable. Okay, so this is executable. I don't know when I made it executable, but when you have a script, if you want to be able to execute the script in the fashion of either running it directly from your path, so if it's a folder that's in your path, or being able to run it with a /, it needs to have the executable bit set, and it looks like that is set here. As you can see, it's a different color from the others. That's the executable color. And then I think the star also denotes executability. And what else? Let's do quick get status. License, readme, get ignore. All right, so I think we're ready to move on to Webi then. So execute bit is set. Oh, we wanted to add some version info. Now this one I'm not quite sure how to do. I think what we're going to need is a build script of some sort, and that's going to need to run git tag or some such. I don't know. Actually, I do know. Let me see if I can remember what it is to get the current. Let's see. Get current version. There is something. Get log -1. Get rev parse head. Let's try this. Get log -1. Nope. Get rev parse head. Describe. That's what it is. Describe. Get describe. Oh, let's try. I do have a project that I actually put this in. Okay, cool. Describe tags. So we're going to, I don't know exactly how we're going to do this. We're going to need to basically get what the next version will be. Let me think about this for a second. And then a timestamp would be good too. We kind of want 3 things. Yeah, I feel like I hear faint music. That is my music coming through? Hold on just one second. I'm going to see if I set... Oh, those are my speakers. Is the music going? It looks like the music's going. Can I hear it? Huh. I hear it there. Oh, it was just on so low. That's why. Never mind. Okay, anyway. Sorry. Got distracted a little bit with the music. Oh, it lost me. I don't know what that's going to do. Let's see here. Oh, interesting. Okay, nope, that's not what I want. I like this idea, and then I want the timestamp too. Gosh. I need to put this in my get cheat sheet. Actually, it might already be there. Let me go check my get cheat sheet real quick. Let me bring that up over here. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Somehow my local cache of my cheat sheets got reset. Okay. Let me see if I can find this. Hey, how's it going? Okay. And apparently it got reset on my phone, which means I could be in big doo-doo if I don't have it on my computer. Well, let's see. I'm almost positive I've got it in a note somewhere. My decryption password. That'd be quite a big loss if I lost all that stuff. But I have it on 4 different computers, so it's unlikely that... The phone, cache resets. This computer, I think the cache reset because I ran out of disk space. Yeah, I'm going to have to grab my computer later. Okay, so I don't have access to my cheat sheets right now. I'm going to check in one more place. I'm going to check in Safari because I had it synced in Safari and in Brave and... Let's see, where's Safari at? There we are. And I could see Apple. Oh no. Yikes. Okay, well, I'll figure that out. I don't think all is lost. So, let's see. Get log timestamp tag. Oh, one line. How do we do a get log with the timestamp in it? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. I don't really care about all of that pretty stuff. Whoops. Show date of a commit only. Get show format. And CI is commit date. And I think we can use anything that is a commit-ish, I think is what they call it. Alright, so we have a slight problem here. Okay. D. Alright, let me try. Is it E? No? Whatever. Okay. So regular grep doesn't work. Extended grep. That's how we do this one. Hyphen. So 0 or 1, and then 0 through 9. 0, 1, 2, 3. 0 through 9. Okay. So most people wouldn't have to do this because most people don't have signatures turned on, but I have signatures turned on, so I need to be able to get just the date out of this. And since I know that that's a problem for me, it's not going to hurt anybody else to have it turned on, so we're going to have that turned on. So our build script, in order to get the date, so first, our build script is going to need, whoops, bin sh, set-e, set-u, what was it, get tag and get, what was the other one? Get show. Get rev parse short head. Okay. Okay, get describe tags. Right? Get describe. Is it tags? Okay. And what if I tag this something else? Blah. Interesting. Get tag dash D blah. Get tag. This one is v1.0.2. Alright, now I've got to, so I can get this information. So my tag equals, the question becomes, where do I put it and substitute it? I think I want it directly in the file. So my commit, my short commit, just, yeah, my commit. And then my CI date, my commit hash, my commit date, okay, and then with pipes you can just carry on to the next line like so. And then this one, of course, needs to have my tag. And then, and this is where Oops. I think this won't be a build, this will be a bump version. And what we'll do is we'll require a tag instead of describing a tag. Oh. No, darn it. We run into this recursive problem. Because we obviously can't have the hash of the commit in there. How should we handle this? So basically, the version information, it has to be one commit behind the actual version information. So we're going to tag this, and then we'll publish it, and we'll publish it with information that's different from how it's tagged, perhaps. I got to think about this one. Okay, let me go back to the other file real quick and show you what I'm thinking, because I was thinking this and I wasn't really saying it. Hey, what's up, Snarford? So what I'm thinking is that we have help and version. Whoops. Show this menu. Show version and exit. Actually, what would be really cool is if we did have it like this. Show version and exit. I made sure to learn POSIX. I gotta beat that in my head. I made sure I'm learning POSIX version commands after last night. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, people need to know that to learn POSIX, not Bash. POSIX is compatible with Bash. Not all Bash is compatible with POSIX. And in the world that we live in today with Docker and all these different Linuxes and Unixes and all that, POSIX is the way to go for scripting. Okay, so show version and exit, that's what we're going to say here. But we have to have a command version. So we have command, this, that, and the other. So we're going to have a command version. And there's a couple ways to go about this. I want it to be automated, and I really just want this to be a single file. So I'm trying to think how we go. I don't think we'll include the commit. I think we'll include the date. Let me see how I do it in other projects. I actually have an example for go getver. No, not go giver, go getver. Yeah. I think I show my desired output format in here. So we say what the name of the thing is, the version, the commit hash, the date. So I'm going to echo DuckDNS.sh, and then the version. We can't do the commit hash because that's going to change. But we could do... Well, I'm just call it. No, I'm not going to call it get tag because it's not truly the get tag. My version and the date. And then we're going to echo out my version. I'm just going to have v 0.0.0, date 0000000, and then we'll do, I'll just do it like this. Oops. And we're going to rename this to command version, and we'll get rid of all this other stuff. So the way that I want to have this work is I want to have it replace everything after my version and my date. And then do the get tag and the get commit. I think that's the way to go about it. So I think I'm going to call it bump.sh is what we're going to call it. So let's not call it build.sh, let's call it bump.sh. And what bump.sh is going to do is it's going to say if not command-v sd, which sd is not a POSIX command, but it is a command that I will have when I build this, when I bump the version. I have it on my Mac systems and my Linux systems. Exit 1. Install sd first. Let's see. I guess we can do this. Okay, Webi.sh. There we go. I used the old URL. This is the new one. And this is just a little nit. Correct. Use updated Webi URL. And then /pop again. And then get diff. So we're adding in this command version bit. And if I run it right now, and I say version, but I actually want to do a little bit better. So I didn't add that yet. I added it down here. I didn't add it where we actually need it. But what I want is actually to have multiple things here. So I want to have version -- version and --V. Let's see. POSIX case multiple matches. You have multiple patterns. Okay, or there we go. That's what I want. I think that that's useful. That's more clear actually. So -- version -v, and then also I want the same thing for help as well. So -- help -h. Those are things that just people expect, you know, so it's nice to have it formatted in the way that if you didn't know what you're doing, but you're just familiar with conventions that already exist, those work. Which kind of makes me want to move help and version to the end of this list, because they're kind of meta commands. They're not ones that you would normally use. They're not for doing a thing, they're for describing the thing that does stuff. Anyway, so command version. So now I should be able to run DuckDNS version or -V or -- version, but not ver. There we go, yeah. So DuckDNS v000 and then date. Okay. And I could put another line in there for good measure. A lot of times there's copyright information or something on a second line, so I'm just going to put a second line. Copyright 2023 AJ O'Neill. There we go. Let's try that one more time. Okay, and then I'm going to do this. We're going to say my year is equal to, and then we'll put in date plus %. I think it's capital Y. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to replace anywhere that there's a my version and DuckDNS.sh. We're going to replace my date, or we're going to replace my year equals my year. We're not going to do tag. I'm going to get rid of that. We're not going to do commit hash, and we're not even going to do commit date. We're going to do my year and my date, and this should be is it like that? Year, month, day. And then I actually do want to change the format slightly. I do like the idea of putting, so there's my year, it's going to be 000, and then copyright my year, and this is the date that we're publishing on. So I'm going to commit this with these template values, and then we're going to test this thing out. What did I do wrong? Alright, we're going to bump the version. Oh, right. Ah, there's where I messed up. It was giving me the wrong hint. It was telling me to add more brackets. I need to have fewer brackets. There we go. Alright, so let me just double check here. Date plus percent. Whoops. Y. Yep. M. D. Oh. D. M. That looks more correct. Okay, so capital M is minute. So that's what we would have. Alright, my year. Oops, my date. My date. My year. Alright, why is this upset? My version is referenced but not assigned. So this is what we're going to do about that. We're going to say my version equals... I think there is a way in Git to get bump version. Might need a little version bump script. Something. Something that'll parse the current version into its 3 component parts, major, minor, and patch, and then we'll increment one of the numbers. Okay, this is too much. There we go. This looks about right. Even this, I think, is a little heavy. Okay, we're gonna write a little version bump function real quick. All right, so actually no, we're not, because it has to be a manual thing either way. I'm going to have to either type git tag version, or I'm going to have to type out whatever the version number is. So we're just going to use whatever version number is specified. So that's how this thing gets used. So if 0 length string, that's what the Z stands for, 0 length string, version, then we're going to echo... I'm going to exit 1, usage, bump.sh, v 1.2.3. Alright, and then we need to know if git is dirty. So that's one of the things we need to know. Git check dirty. How to check if a working tree is dirty. Git diff stat. I think there's a better way. Git diff quiet. That's probably it. Git status short. Ooh, let's try that one out. Git status short. Okay. Git diff quiet. Echo. What is it? Question mark? 1. Okay, great. So that's what we'll do here. We'll do if not git diff quiet, then phi echo git status is dirty. Error. All right. So whatever it is should already be committed. Then we will change the file, and then maybe I will use this as the date. I think I actually will. My commit hash. And these are actually called, the technical term is a commitish. Because it could be a hash, it could be a tag, it's anything that is committable. It's called the commitish. But in this particular case, it actually is a hash, so I think I'm going to stick with that. So we'll actually just go with my commit hash. We got the year in there. Oops, I'm gonna sneeze in just a second. Ah, so satisfying. Alright, so we're gonna make that. We're going to do git add. And then we're gonna do git commit. Chore, bump, and then we're going to do my version, my date, okay. My date is referenced but not assigned. Wait, didn't we just have this a second ago? Did I delete it by mistake? I think I deleted it by mistake. Oh, because this is commit date. Alright, that's fine. Here's commit hash double quotes to prevent, yep. I need to do double quotes on that. Agreed. Okay, now what's it upset about? My date is referenced but not assigned. Because we're going to do my commit date. I guess we don't need that actually. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Oh, I missed. I'm going to go check on a project real quick to see, because I have a pseudo standard I've been using for how I do commits, and I am just going to go check on that real quick to find out. By the way, how's everybody doing tonight? Hello, welcome. Oh, and also, I don't know if it doesn't look like the little. Oh, it is. It did pop up. I just didn't see there. So a little reminder for me to remind you, if you like what you like, you get more of what you like. So consider like, sub, follow if you want to, or leave, whatever suits you. So let me go into dash utils. Okay, chore release bump 2. That's what I do. Okay, chore release bump 2. That's what I've been doing in other projects. That specific wording. So this is what I'm going to do here. So we're going to add this. We're going to commit it. and then we're going to describe the tags. So I think that all makes sense. So let's see if this works out. First, let's just take a look at what we've changed. So we've added a bump script. Oh, didn't make it executable. Let me go ahead and do that. Alright, so we've got our executable bump script. We have a new command that's version, and we changed how we show the version. Okay, git commit -m. Actually, there's one thing that I do want to take out of this real quick, which is I'm actually going to leave this out. I'm going to put it right back in. Git stash. I like to have very atomic commits, so it's very, very clear when I made a change, I did a specific thing for that change. I am going to move this down to the special area. Okay, there we are. So, git status. Okay, nit add -- help and -h for help. There we go. Nit is not part of the semantic commit messages, but it's kind of, to me, it's when you fix something that's, yeah, you know, maybe it's a bug, maybe it's not a bug. It's just a nitpick. So call it a nit. Okay, now git stash pop, and it's going to be upset because of, oh, interesting. Oh, it wasn't. Oh, got it. All right, then we're going to move this one down here. Cool, so there's our version information. So then this is actually just going to be, let me diff this one more time. This commit is just going to be adding version information. Git commit. And this is a feature. Add version info. Okay, now we see if it works. So now I run bump. It should give me an error. Yep. And I'm going to call this v1.0.3. And then that looks kind of weird. Something didn't work out quite right there. So I'm going to reset hard just one from head is where we are, and then tilde1 is one back. So I'm going to do a hard reset on that. And then let me check out what went wrong here. Oh, we did a commit, but then we didn't tag it. So we need to tag it to my version. Okay. So let me go ahead, and I'm going to F is just for fix up, so I'm going to rebase -I head tilde the last 3 commits, and then I'm just going to fold this in. There we go. And what branch am I on right now? So I should make a new branch for this. This is going to be version info, or I'll say feet version. And I don't know why I'm not using fish. Let me get into fish here, so I've got all of my autocomplete and all that going on now. All right, and then so I added a couple of nits here. add version, subcommand, -- help, and doc and URL change. So sometimes making atomic PRs would just be too much of a headache. This is still fairly small. Okay, version -v. Oops, and we have help -h, and then Webi.sh, not webinstall.dev. Okay, those are the things that have changed in this. Okay, so let me run this again one more time. So bump v 1.0.3. Okay, that looks like all went well. And I'm going to go ahead and do git push on this. And then I'm going to push the tag, update, bump to v 0.1.3. There we go. All right, so now let me go ahead and check out v1, and I'm going to pull in feet version and get that pushed. And then I'm going to check out main. I'm going to pull in feet version, get that pushed, and then I need to git push tags as well. Okay, so now we got our version info, and I can actually, go to the commits here. I can click on this one, and then I can go back and I can now check this box, add version command and info via, and then give it the commit. All right, some sort of shell header info. I'm going to forgo this for now. I'm going to say that name, description, author and such. I'm just going to not do that for right now. I'm just going to say no. Okay, now it's time to publish to Webi. Great. So let me get on over to Webi. So here's webinstall.dev. And what we want to do is we want to get DuckDNS right in this list of developer tools. So I need to go to GitHub. Oh, wow. Our stars are growing. This is awesome. We're definitely going to hit 1,000 this year. And I think that once we hit 1,000, I think it's going to start to hockey stick. I think it's a slow crawl to 1,000, but we are going to hit it probably within the next 6 months if we don't do stupid. If we do smart instead of stupid. Okay. So let me go ahead and I'm going to clone this. Whoops. All right, so this is pretty good. Version bump. Okay, I'm trying to think what this one is like. And I think I'm going to do this locally. This up one. So we're going to git clone. Let me just do this in temp. Oh no! Oh no! Oh man, I have to reinstall command line tools. Xcode select install. Yes, agree. So Xcode was taking up 30 gigabytes of my disk space. And so I removed Xcode, but you can't just remove Xcode, of course. No. No, it's gotta be a big deal. Okay, so we're not gonna do it locally. We're gonna go do it here. I'm going to check out a branch. I'm going to call it add DuckDNS.sh. And I need to find something that's just kind of similar to this. And I'm thinking on what that might be. Because we actually can use the TGZ file in this case. I'm going to look at... where do we have releases? No, that's not what I want to look at. Somewhere in here, we have a GitHub file. There we go. Common GitHub. Is there something that we're doing in particular? DuckDNS. We're going to have a DuckDNS, and we're going to have a DuckDNS.sh. And one is just going to be an alias to the other. Because at some point there might be a more official DuckDNS tool. Actually, no. I think... Because I could see where the repository gets renamed, because I also want to have the PS1 file included in here as well. That's something else. So I've bought a book on PowerShell. Here's a little funny ditty that I wanted y'all to know. A Fallen gave Webi a star? Awesome. Thanks. Yeah, if you haven't been using Webi, don't start until you start using it. But start using it. I mean, if it's not making your life better, if it's not a significant improvement for you as a developer, I want to know. I honestly want to know what your workflow is like, because Webi should be a godsend to any modern web developer. All right, so here are the books I bought, and we all know how easy it is to buy a book and how hard it is to read one. Okay, here is Mastering JavaScript, essentially. This is JavaScript, the good parts. Here is Mastering Rust. So the intro to JavaScript and intro to Rust books are both much bigger. All right, now here's the Mastering Linux Shell Scripting. Well, that's kind of scary. That's almost twice as thick as the Mastering Rust book. And then here's Mastering PowerShell Scripting, which is larger than all three of the other books combined. So if we take these back to back, let me see if I can actually hold this here. We could fit another very short book to make up the difference. So I thought that was hilarious. So obviously what that tells me is either Microsoft people are used to getting paid for writing more words, or PowerShell is really complicated. Could go either way on that one. Now, to be fair, here's the complete introduction to the Linux command line, which is bigger than the Mastering Linux shell, but still much smaller than Mastering PowerShell. And here's PowerShell for sysadmins. But we're actually going to do study sessions together. And we are going to go through these books. You can hold me to that. In case you weren't around when I mentioned this earlier, I am now a full-time contractor again. So I have 2 regular clients through which I'll be making my income. So I will now be working fewer hours of paid work. I think that I'm going to split off some of the Dash Incubator videos into their own channel so that this channel doesn't, because the frequency of Dash Incubator videos is going to stay about the same for me, but I don't want the content ratio of the channel to reflect that. So I think what I'm going to do is, if there's one that I know is particularly interesting, or if I'm starting a new project, or if I'm finishing a project, I think I might have that on this channel for the Dash Incubator. But then when it's just going through the slog of, you know, session 25, I think I'm going to have that on a separate channel. I'll have to talk with Ryan about that and see what he thinks. But yeah, we're going to have a lot more of what I intended to be the Beyond Code style content on this channel. Okay. I consider books on programming stuff, like overviews or refresher courses, to keep Spark Notes in or something. Just because the subject's usually too massive to fit in physical pages. Well, you can have a subset that's a reasonable subset. Not everything has to be everything all at once, all the time. So I think that's kind of the goal. Anyway, I might just call this one DuckDNS. I'm not sure if I want to do that or not. There is not an official DuckDNS client as far as I'm aware. There's a bunch of them, but none of them are the official one. Let's just look at the DuckDNS website. I don't know why I didn't just type .org there. And if you look at install, Linux cron, Linux BSD cron, Linux netcat cron, Linux GUI, .NET Core Script, Mono, Windows GUI, Windows Script, Windows PowerShell. I do kind of want to look at this one probably. Windows C#, OS X. So this is not... And this one is called DuckDNS.sh. Okay, Homebrew. And this one, I don't think this does it justice. So this is the only one that I'm potentially competing with, but this is a tap. This isn't even mainline. So I think I'm actually fair to call this DuckDNS. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to call it DuckDNS. Normally I probably wouldn't allow that, but since it's me, we're going to do it. Okay. So DuckDNS, and then releases.js. Oops. So I'm going to take some other releases like riprep. Whoops. Or I guess we're at the top level right now. What is going on? Where are we? All right, we're in Webi installers. RG. We have releases. I think this was the first one I did with GitHub. So I'm just copying this, and then we're going to make a DuckDNS releases.js. I'm just going to paste that here. And then owner is Beyond Code Bootcamp. Repo is DuckDNS. I think I'm going to rename the repo. I don't know. Maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. DuckDNS.sh. Let me just see, where all am I using? Oh, come on. Oh, whoops. Let me go back real quick. Okay, I actually want to make sure the dot is actually treated as a dot. So let's look at this again. So we have it in bump version. That's fine. That one makes sense. We have it here. It's the name of the repo. And command name. And DuckDNS. So if we want to make this change... I would have to... So I'm going to save that for later. I've already released this publicly. I've already called it V1. I don't know if anybody's actually using it yet. But I don't really want to change that name. DuckDNS. So I think it's fine to call this one DuckDNS.sh. So if... I'm going to leave this mostly alone right now. But I will rename the repo. If and when I do the PowerShell version, I'll rename the repo. Okay. And it looks like, do we have git status again? Yay! Alright, so I've got my local version's working again. That's good. Let's see what's going on here. Let me check the chat again. It's helpful for me. The more places, ways of learning, the better off someone like me who is forgettable. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that anytime anytime you're learning anything, you need to have a notebook handy or a blog or something. I like to blog. That's part of my way. Okay. What was I doing here? I think I'm... Yeah. We'll fix this later if we change it. Oh, hold on. BRB. Where's my little BRB? I have a... Oh, here it is. What is this one? No. Oops. That was my wife. When my wife calls, I answer. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to go with DuckDNS.sh for now. And I don't know if I actually do want to run the normalizer. I think in this particular case, I don't want to run the normalizer. We don't have a lot of release information, so... Install this. Okay, releases, none, download, none. That doesn't feel right. So something is wrong. For each, releases for each. All.releases.push. Return all. I'm a little confused by this. Owner. Let me just modify this for a second. Let me make sure that I got the right repo. Beyond Code Bootcamp DuckDNS.sh. Okay, here we are. And there are definitely releases here. So... oh, and I need something that will actually create the release for me as part of that bump. I can worry about that later. But let's let me put that on the list of things to do. Let me just go in here and say, let's see, bump.sh should create a GitHub release. That shouldn't be hard, I don't think. Okay, so let me figure out what's going on. I may, due to the nature of this, is there any filter in here? No, there's no filtering. Releases, assets. Ah, there are no assets, maybe? Maybe there's just source but not assets? Let's see. Assets. Okay, tarball and zipball. Got it. Alright, so I think I'm going to make another one that's called GitHub source. Okay, and this one, the way that it will work is going to be a little bit different. So we're not going to go into assets. We're going to just look at the information here. And basically the tarball will be for Unixes. And the zipball will be for Windowses, maybe. Actually, this is not... I can't make this generic enough yet. So this doesn't actually belong... Whoops. It doesn't belong in common. Well, it kind of does, actually. It kind of does. Okay, so releases. So this is a little bit different. What in the world? How did this get consts in? Well, somebody else must have contributed this. Or maybe this was a weekend when I was trying to forcefully drink the Kool-Aid. Okay, asset URL, tarball URL, zipball URL. That's what we're looking for. Okay. Name is... What is the name? Look, see, there's target commitish. Do you see that? Let me make this bigger. Sorry, I should have done that first. Remember I was talking about how the official name for something that is referenceable in Git is a commitish. So that can be a tag name or a branch name or a commit. Commitish. You can see it right there. All right, so... do we have anything here? Let's see what we can do. I'm going to say that name is going to be the name of the repo. And then the tag name. We got stable and beta, that's good. We got when the release was published. And we have the release.tarball URL. And we're basically just going to need 2 of these. So we're going to have we're going to have a few of these. Dang, I don't know how to... actually don't know how to handle this. Let's see, x64. Tags aren't always Semver sensitive. Okay. So we have tarball and zipball. And let's go ahead. Say let LTS, let channel. Whoa. There's a ternary in here. Stable if release pre-release channel equals beta. Okay, tag. Alright, what did I do wrong? Where's my unexpected token? So, date. There we go, that looks a little nicer. I'm not quite sure. Let me check this. Let is not allowed to be used as a name in a let or const declaration. Ah, I see what happened. I accidentally hit comma instead of semicolon right there. Okay, so this is good. Then we have the zip ball. So in this particular case, it would be totally appropriate to just loop over this, which is what I'm going to do. Well, maybe not. Let's see. One problem that we have is that the download URL doesn't have any useful information in the URL itself. So it's called tarball, but it doesn't actually have the .tar.gz. It's called zipball, but it doesn't actually have the .zip. And so I'm not sure. What if I just do .tgz on this? Will it work? No, it won't. Okay. But what if I don't do it? So it does come up with a name that it wants. So maybe I could do, this is something I hardly ever do, but maybe we could just do a head on this, on each of these to determine what their name is. That's a good idea. Let's do that. So we're going to do, let's see, await, request. I don't even know if this will work. URL. So method will be head. Await request. Method head URL. There. And then oh no. Now this has to go from being a for each to being a for. Ick. There's a lot that has to happen here now. So this request. Okay, let's do this. So let resp equals await. This function, we can have a promise on it. We can get rid of this. Yeah, there was a weekend or so when I was actually really trying to drink the Fat Arrow Kool-Aid. I think allowed within an async function. Await is only allowed within an async function, right? Okay, so for let release ofghub resp. There we go. All right, where am I at here? So what I want to see here is, and then I actually am going to change the example here because we have a prime example. Beyond Code Bootcamp, and then DuckDNS. What I want to see is if the head has the, because the head is basically supposed to generate all of the same headers as the response would have, but then not actually send the file. So we'll see if this has the name of the file in it. If not, we could do a request, make it async, and then cancel it. Or make it a stream, rather. So what I could do is I could set stream true, and then it will only respond, it'll respond as soon as it gets the headers, but before it has the body. And then this will have a stream. But I don't need to do that yet. Whoops. So for right now, I'm just going to comment this out. And let's just do console.log resp. And then this one's going to be similar, except it's going to be zipball URL. And we could call this tar response. And then we can log tar resp. And then we can call this zip response. And then we could call this zip resp. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at it. Remember, logs are for burning. I'm just console.logging. Hey everybody, how's it going? Feel free to ask questions. Strike up conversation if you'd like. Okay, not found. What? Oh, wait. I know what I did wrong. I see it now. Because this is actually, in fact, called DuckDNS.sh. That is the name of it. Okay, cool. So, a lot of that's not really useful. But this bit looks useful. Resp.headers is what I'm really interested in. I want to see the reply headers. I want to see... Okay. Let me try this. Console.log. This one, I don't think we actually need this. That's okay. We don't need that one. And then here we could do to JSON. And then here we could do to JSON as well. All right, let's see what we get back. Good, so here are our headers, and one of these, I'm hoping, is the name. Oh, location. Legacy zip. Uh-oh. So I think I need to tell that follow true. Let me try that out. Probably need to update this to just use fetch. Oops. Let's see here. Follow true. I think it's follow true. I'm not sure. Let me go take a look. Here we go. Right there. That's the one. Let's get to the documentation pages here. Follow. Follow redirect. There we go. What were the responses? Status code 302. All right, good. That's normal. Follow redirects is true there. Let's make it true up here. And then try again. All right. So OK is false. We told it to follow the redirects. Why did it not follow the redirect? Okay, well, let me try this with curl just so I can get to the point here. So curl head this. All right. File name, there we are. Content disposition file name. So what I'd like to do is figure out, one, what's going on that it's not following redirect. It may not be built in, but I'm pretty sure it is. Follow redirect is true by default. Maybe we don't follow redirect on head. That would kind of make sense. So I'm going to monkey patch this in place right now, and then I'll PR later. Well, for right now I can just set follow all redirects and that will be fine. Follow original. So I need follow original HTTP method and follow all redirects set. Fair enough. So let me go do that real quick. So follow all redirects, follow redirect, and follow original HTTP method. I think that's what I was looking at right there. Double check that. Follow redirect, follow all redirects, follow original HTTP method. Okay, let's try this one more time. And hopefully... Okay, so that didn't turn out the way that I was hoping, because the method obviously changed to a get. Yeah, method became get somehow. So that's a bug. I'm going to work around that for right now. And the way I'm going to work around that is by changing this to stream true. And then once I have the headers... Oh, and this follow redirect is true there. Follow all redirects. Hold on. Content disposition. So this is what we're trying to get. I don't even know if it's worth it to try to get that name. But we can basically say .body. I think it's close. I'm just going to try this real quick. Maybe it was .stream. Let me see what that looks like. Raw. Incoming message. Oh, I could probably just call .close on it. Let's try that. No? .end maybe? What am I doing wrong here? .stream is a promise. Let me go look at the documentation again. Where's the stuff for streaming? Stream. Okay. Oh wait, .stream, that's not what I want to do. Ref.on, rest.data. So there should be a way to end or close that. Readable stream. How do we close a readable stream? We're going to go look at the source code real quick because the documentation is not satisfying me. Okay. Stream.pipe. Stream.destroy. Resp.end. Rest.close. Shouldn't there be... Let me try this one more time. Oh, that worked. Okay, so this way we can fetch the information about the download without actually completing the download. Does this work? All right, so this it's a bug. I got a bug, and I'm implementing a workaround. But hey, you know, I'll fix it later. All right, so the header that we're looking for is the one that contains content disposition. And then we're looking for file name equals. And then we're looking for until the end of the line or until there is a semicolon. Let me make sure I got that right on both of these. Wait, there's too many. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is this being logged out so many times? Oh, because it's once per each. It's twice. It's twice per each release, and there's 2 releases. Okay. So what we want to get back out of this is, I think this is supposed to be the name of the file. Or what did we get here? Did we get the URL? Request.uri.toString maybe? .href. Okay. Okay, so this would be tar resp dot response dot uri dot href. Is that what we're saying? Let me take a look at this again. So response dot request dot uri dot href. And then content headers, resp.headers.content disposition. All right, let me try to get this sorted out here. Hey everybody, how's it going? Feel free to ask questions, say hello, and also a gentle reminder, if you like what you like, you get more of what you like. So consider like, sub, follow if you want to. We also do content requests in Discord. So there is a channel, there's Discord, and there is a channel for content requests if there's something that you'd like to learn how to do or you'd like to see me cover. Right now I'm going over this DuckDNS script. I'm adding it to webinstall.dev. So let me just drop this down for y'all if you're interested. Now this already works in Linux and Mac, and it's got install instructions that shouldn't be too difficult to understand. So if you click over here and you take a look, you just copy and paste that on Mac or Linux, and that'll work. And eventually I'm going to get to a PowerShell version. I might even take a look at the PowerShell version that presently exists. This project has been part of prototyping a project for a mini course that I'm working on for the POSIX shell. I think I'm going to call it Functional Scripting for Software Engineers, POSIX, Bash, and PowerShell. Okay. Anyway, so I think this is a lot better than the other. I just took a look at the DuckDNS stuff that's on the webpage, and I think that this is better in the sense that this allows you to update multiple domains, and it gives you. I think this usage. I think this is a better usage than what I've seen on there, and it installs with the system launcher. So if you run enable, it'll enable on boot for Linux or on login for Mac OS. Okay, but right now I'm trying to get the list from GitHub releases, so that's what I'm looking at. All right, so tar resp. Let's comment that out. Let name equals tar resp dot headers dot, or not dot, but content disposition dot replace everything up to file name equals becomes nothing dot replace, and then everything from semicolon on becomes nothing. And so there we have a better name. Okay, to do PR method actually let me put, and this is a clean code thing from Uncle Bob. I think it was Uncle Bob. To-do comments don't go in code, they go in your issues. I think multiple people have said that, so it might have been someone else. But, okay. PR request.js to fix method head changing to get. Oh, let me make one more change though. Because this might actually be... No, that's not it. Follow original HTTP method. Let me make sure I didn't typo that. Because there's a good chance that I did typo that, which would explain why it's not working. Nope. Follow original HTTP method is true right there. So how could this be happening then? If follow redirect, if not this, method equals get. Okay. Whoops. Method. That's the only method colon method equals. Method equals get. Method equals ops.method. Method. Request ops. Method to uppercase. I'm not quite sure how the bug is happening. Because we know that follow original HTTP method is being set. So how is get being changed? Well, it's a bug. Don't know how it got there. Alright, so we've got that. Okay. I wonder if I can make this just one thing here. So anything that is not a semicolon, any number of times until there is semicolon or end. I think that might work. Okay. Zip name and tar name. There we go. Oh. That's weird. Didn't we have that just a minute ago? Headers. Request. Oh, it's not response, it's request. Because we're looking at the request to determine what the last redirects. Yeah, so it's not response there, it's request there. And then the same will hold true down here. Oops. So we'll have zip resp. Okay. All right, I think we've got it this time. It's a little bit slower than I'd like. A lot slower than I'd like, actually. It's very, very slow. Okay, name. So what we need to do is figure out what the correct regex is for this, because that's obviously wrong. So let me just open up a new window here. Let's get into Node. There is our mabob, and I'm going to replace .star file name equals with no. And let's do. I'm gonna do a capture group with not that. Oops. Ah. Okay, there we go. That's what I was looking for. So capture group, the caret means not. Parentheses are capture group. Square brackets are what to fill it with. And I'm starting with the caret to say not semicolon. So anything that's not a semicolon is fine. And then semicolon or end of line is what it's going to end with. Okay, this is correct. This is the correct regular expression. So let me copy that. And then let me put that in there. Replace. And there's. What if there's a. I don't know if we have a parser for that specific format. Okay. Okay, it looks right. Let me try one more time. 1, 2, 3. There we go. It's releases. There's the name. There's the version. There's the channel. There's the date. And we don't have any OS information, but that's okay. And then we have, the good news is that we have the direct download link rather than the redirect download link. And we have the name of the file as it will be. So that's nice. So let me clean this up. And then this will be a commit of its own. Let me change any. Nope, no more const, no more var. Okay. To make this base URL plus release name. I don't know about that. I'm going to leave that in there because it wasn't there. Sensical. That doesn't seem like the right way to spell sensical. How do we spell sensical? Sensical. Sensical. Nonsensical. Sensical. Oh, that's fine. I'm going to add Simver. So I did colon spell, and then I'm going to colon spell Simver. Notice the underline went away right there. Because Simver is a real term. Okay. due to bug where method changes to head or to get. All right. I'll just put that. I wanted that to do up at the top of the loop. And then from here, I wonder, is there a way to deal with this? Releases, zip name. Okay, I think that this is right at this point. I'm wondering if I could squish this down a bit, because these two things seem to be rather the same. So I wonder if we could do let URLs equals and then do a tarball URL. I think we can now, because now we have the name that actually has the .zip and the tar.gz or whatever it is. So we could have a zipball and tarball, and then URLs. We do for let URL of URLs. And then we can get rid of this tar and whatnot, and it's just resp. And then this is just name, and this is just resp, and then this is just name, and then this is just URL. No, this is still resp.request.uri. Okay, and then I don't think we need this anymore. I think all of this, yeah, is well enough handled. Okay, so we have 2 layers deep. URL is defined but never used because of that. Okay. So now we have a modified version of the GitHub releases, except we're not looking at release assets, we're just looking at the source. So that's good enough. And again, feel free to ask questions, say hello, crack jokes. It's nice to have the company, you know? Some company other than just my Mountain Dew. And alas, the company of my Mountain Dew has ended. So, yeah. I mean, I had a random thought about all the Linux distributions. Okay, what's your random thought? That'll work. You just find them interesting? Tell me more. Okay, what was modified over here? Oh, nothing. Good. Feet, releases, add GitHub source releases, no assets. Okay. And then in DuckDNS, okay, GitHub source. And then let's go ahead and run this, and I imagine that it's going to show exactly what it showed before. Yeah. So then for each release, essentially, I forget what I do for OSs and stuff. Let me go check something on Webi. And let me get rid of some of these standard doc. No, I kind of still want that one open. What was this one? Kind of still want that one open. Kind of still want that one open. Okay. Don't need that anymore. Don't need this anymore. Don't need this anymore. Don't need that anymore. Don't need this anymore. Don't need this anymore. Nor this. I don't think I need that, or that, or that, or that, or that. Okay. So what was it that I wanted to look at? I wanted to look at releases for something. So let's take a look at Node is a good example. Let's take a look at Node releases. So releases as JSON, here we are. These are all the recent Node releases. So what we end up with is OS, Arch, AIX, Linux. So do we have any BSD in here? Interesting. We go back to something else like Caddy and look at releases for this. Okay, so we have FreeBSD. That's all I see on the BSD front. Let me take a look at it from the point of view of the tab file. Okay, OS, Mac OS, FreeBSD, Linux, Mac OS, Windows. Mac OS, FreeBSD, Mac OS. Okay. So basically, with this one, what I'm going to need to do is for each of these, so let releases equals, whoops, releases, all dot releases, and then all dot releases equals combinations, combos. We'll just call it combos. Let combos equals this. So I'm going to say releases dot for each. Let arches equals x64. I think I need to see what my canonicals. So we got AMD 64, ARM 64. Let's do these the way they're listed there. ARM 64. I kind of want a star to say this is independent. ARM 6L, ARM 7L. I'm not going to bother with the PowerPC, except I am, I guess. I don't know. let OS's equals, and then we have Mac OS, Linux, FreeBSD, BSD, but not Windows. We don't have Windows for this yet. I just want to kind of call it BSD. And then I think I could just say POSIX. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I'm going to go with it. Okay, so then combos is going to be that we're going to say releases dot... Okay, so we got a for each here. For each release, for each architecture, for each OS. And let's see if that still looks right when I look at it this way. So we're going to have OS, Arch, and release. And the releases are the downloads. So version is going to be there. Okay. Combos. Okay. Let me get back to the questions. Comments. Like the idea of someone might have a niche distribution versus larger back community distribution. You kind of oscillate between different ones if you're somebody who's into that. Random stuff. My thoughts are a bit sluggish. Just getting myself together, you say? Hmm? Hmm? Hmm?
Give me a chance to wake up, sweetheart.
There we go. Let release is going to be object dot assign and then this is from I'm going to go combo. I have combo and release. Oh, bless me. Arch OS. So, Arch is Arch, OS is OS. Combos. And let's try this. For let release of releases. For let arch of arches. For let OS of OSs. I wonder if there's a different way to represent this other than a nested loop like this. It's not wrong. All right, let's see this again. So version, date, LTS channel, all of that should be defined. OS Arch, we're defining X, that should be defined. Download, that should be defined. Name, that is defined. So all of those are defined. I don't know. Do we need x86 in here? Might as well. I don't know if anything's still supporting 386 and 686 and all that. Right here, it's x86. Do we have it here? Do we have x86 here? No, we don't. Interesting. Aren't these the same thing? Oh no, this node. Okay, got it. Let's try tab. x87. Yeah, we need to support x87, that's right. Alright, so all the combos there are good. And then I think I need to grab that normalize from, was it here? Normalize, yeah, there we go. Okay, so now let's run this through and see what we get. It takes a little while. It seems like I could actually move this, some of this into here. Because we should say, what should come first, OS or Arch? Arches, OSs. It's getting a bit long, but GitHub source. But if it's a source release, we can do this up front because we know it up front. So I think I actually am going to throw that in there. Alright, so all of that's done. And then function make combos. All permutate. Wait, what's the difference between a permutation and a combination? Permutation. I think permutation is when it can go in either order. So for example, let's see, this might actually that okay, so red, green, blue. Is there another combination? Yeah. So I think permutation, we care about the order. So combinate would probably be well, I guess that would be combine, but there. And then we will do, oh no. Maybe I can still just have it the other way, actually. Okay, so arches and OSs. I mean, I guess if it works in source form, it should technically work on all arches. So if OS's, then all equals combinate. Well, I guess we could just say return combinate or return all. So we could say if not OS's return, whatever. Not missing a semicolon at all. Okay. Example. Example. Let's see, OS's arches. Okay, combinate, 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 OS's arches, OS's arches, OS's arches, and then let's go back here. And so this is going to be OS's arches. And then what? And then I still... And then I can just return all. Now let's make sure we at least support everything that Caddy supports. Okay, Arch AMD 64, ARM v6L, ARM v7L, ARM 64. How many PowerPC in here? Oh, we do have PPC64LE. Okay, S390X. Alright, so I'm just going to go ahead and add those as well. S390X. I'm going to make this much smaller so I can see things on one line. Sorry for the smallness. I'm just going to see if I can now scan this more easily. Mac OS, FreeBSD, Linux, Windows. Okay. So a to-do that I would want to have for Webi is that if something just says POSIX, that it matches Mac OS, Linux, any sort of BSD, whatever. Oh, by the way, another reminder, if you've not been checking out the talks on creedsofcraftsmanship.com, do yourself the favor and do it. Lots of good talks there. Okay, let's go ahead and make these alphabetical. Okay, I think they're alphabetical now. Element OP, QRS, TV, WX. And then let's make these alphabetical. LM, NOP. Okay, so Mac should come after Linux. FreeBSD should come before Linux. POSIX should be last. I'm down with that. All right, and then let me see again, what does Node call OS's? AIX? I can get behind that, I suppose. I think that's a FreeBSD thing. Not really sure. I don't know what it is, so I'm not going to put it there. These ones I understand. think, yeah, I think arches should be optional on this. Okay, let me run this again. Oh no! So all. Oh, combinate didn't return all. There we go. Okay. All right, here's a good one. Ba-da-da-da. So that was a little bit more work on Webi specifically than I was expecting, but that's okay. Oops. So I'm just going to put that in here. All right. So now this has releases. And what all do I need to do here? I probably need something very similar to this. So I'm going to go with DuckDNS, install.sh, and then I'm going to change all occurrences of RG to DuckDNS. I'm going to change all occurrences of ripgrep to DuckDNS. What? Oh, yeah, whole ripgrep. And then I'm going to change all instances of RG to DuckDNS. All right. Let me go ahead and push this, by the way, just in case something catastrophic happens. I don't want to lose the work I've already done. So I did a git push on that. All right, so command name is actually going to be DuckDNS.sh. And we're going to put it... Should we do that, though? Sure, why not? All right. So we want to make... where the command is going to go. We want to make this whole thing. That makes sense. And we're going to move. I think I'm just going to have to try this out. Because I think, well, let me go ahead and I toss what I have in there. Let's go to serve beta.webinstall.dev DuckDNS. Okay, so then if I go to beta.webinstall.dev and then do DuckDNS, maybe I need to at least have an install.sh in there and a readme. Let's see if it'll do it now. Interesting. I would also have needed to add the oops. So we've got common GitHub source. That needs to go into installers common, and then I put it in the wrong directory. Installers. Okay, now let's refresh and see what happens. Should take a few seconds, and then we should get a whole bunch. Yay! And let me just bloop, bloop, bring that down. Alright. So I will just grab this download URL. And I'll just curl this myself to dd.tar.gz. Let's do -o instead. Alright. And I'm actually gonna go into temp again. Let's make a temp folder. We'll call it DDD for the DuckDNS download. And let's see what happens. I don't know what format this is in. Okay, so now I know the format that it's in. And I know where the file is. Great. So, what this is going to look like is move this one. Oh, can I do a case insensitive on that? Let's see. I don't think I can do that. Hey, what's up, Super Stay Up? Yeah, that would be more complicated. Just because I might decide to rename the repo. Well, if I rename the repo, then stuff breaks. I guess, well, that's fair enough. That kind of makes me want to nest this under a bin folder. Ah. All right. Well, that should do it. Let's see, what format is it in? Let's go back to that for a second. Oh no! Oh no, it has the dreaded offset. I guess that's okay. We'll keep it. Alright, this trims it down to just the version number. Okay, so is there any way, DuckDNS, is there anywhere that I'm calling it DuckDNS without the .sh source command? And then there was one where I actually I was getting rid of the V in front. Let me check for another one. For example, caddy install might do that. Yeah, there we are. Sed. Right there. Okay, cool. So I think that's it. I think there's our installer. Now we just need to make the cheat sheet and then we are done. What exactly is this? Dynamic DNS update script? Yeah. So this is so I already had one of these that I had been using so that I could track where my devices are. So if I leave my laptop at work, for example, I can SSH into it by having the IP address updated or some things like that. I wanted, if my IP address changes at home, whatever. So I already had that, but I wanted to make it something that could be part of Beyond Code Bootcamp, where in twofold. One, this I'm actually going to use this as a project for Beyond Code Bootcamp, where you are going to create this script, but not these Webi aspects of it. This I'm just doing because now the thing is mostly done. There's still maybe a few nits, but this being, if you can recreate this, then you know POSIX scripting pretty well. And if you know POSIX scripting really well, then you're an expert in Bash, essentially. Bash is much more complex than POSIX is, but you know the better part. You know how to write scripts in Docker. You know how to write scripts that are going to work cross-platform. If you know POSIX scripting, then you are pretty good. And this uses pretty much everything I've ever learned about scripting. I've ended up using as part of this project. So I think it'll make a good final project or cumulative project for the POSIX scripting course that I'm working on, which this is part of working on it, is to create a project. And I wanted to make it the best DuckDNS tool that there is. Unfortunately, it's not going to work on Windows right now, but I do have a PowerShell book. I do want to get to know as much PowerShell as I know POSIX scripting. But I wanted something that will automatically install with the system launcher so that it will boot. It'll launch on boot on Linux or launch on login on Mac OS. And so, and that will automatically take care of storing the secrets for you. So storing the domain, the subdomain, and the token. And so this will do that. So you can run this and say auth subdomain. It'll ask you what's your token. You go to DuckDNS. Here's your token right here. You copy and paste that in. And then you can say DuckDNS.sh, enable that subdomain, and then it will be working on boot. How with GPG? Wait, what? I watched a few minutes of your stream the other day. I do some shell scripting, but the POSIX stuff is really good practice. Yeah. It literally, I've been scripting for 20 years, maybe. Linux scripting for at least 15, and it's only been since I have been working on webinstall.dev that I really started to learn it intentionally and on purpose, and to try to make something that will work. In particular, one of the things that hampered Webi early on was that a lot of the stuff wouldn't work in Docker. And the reason that it wouldn't work in Docker is because Docker is a POSIX environment, not a Bash environment. And so now that it's POSIX, that is a boon to Webi to be able to serve more people better. And so I had to get intentional about it. So when I started using shell check, because I just didn't know about it. I didn't know about schvumpt and shell check. And when I started using those, they taught me how to write Bash. And then when I learned that POSIX really was the better way, and it's so much simpler. There's so fewer rules in POSIX. POSIX gives you everything that Bash gives you. Well, except for there's some sort of comparators. I think you can't do lexicographical comparisons in POSIX scripting. And there's a few edge cases like that. But pretty much everything that you want to do is available. It's just a lot simpler and guaranteed to be portable. Yeah. Love shell check. And so shell check is actually installable here. So I've got shell check and schwampt, and then they are part of Vim Essentials as well. So in Vim Essentials is Vim Shell, and Vim Shell, I believe, will install both schwampt and shell check. At the very least, it prints out that you should have those. I think it puts them. So there's the Vim Essentials, and then there's some of the extra stuff there. Okay, let me. But what about GPG though? Are you talking about the Git commits? Find myself sharing stuff with Windows people and definitely needs to adhere to POSIX. Yeah. I have a template for my app. Hey, Urix, what's up? Oh, and by the way, I did properly say super stay up. Hello, super stay up. All right. So, hey, Urix, I have a template for my app, and on my static website with just HTML and CSS, I want to click a button that will open the app and be responsive in the desktop view. Do you know how to do this? I have a template for my app, and on my static website with just HTML and CSS, I want to click a button that will open the app and be responsive in the desktop view. Do you know how to do this? The language is not clear enough for me to understand precisely what you want to do, because we use the term app for web app, for desktop app, for mobile app. So I'm not sure what specifically you mean there. But there are URL schemes. So for example, like what Slack does and Discord and lots of other things, where instead of http:// you register a URL, and then you can register a URL scheme to be opened with a particular app. I said secret? What? What? I have not used Tinder in a very long time. I am married now, thankfully. You want to click a button? Look at the Tinder website. When you see that button and click it, will open the app. No, it won't, because I don't have Tinder. Are you talking about on a phone? If you're talking about on a phone, it's registering a URL scheme. Referring to the DuckDNS token, I said secret. Yeah, I may have. Let's see. Did I go back and forth on that? Yeah, a token is a secret. Not all secrets are tokens, but all tokens are secrets. A function read secret. Okay, I'm gonna try this out. Hold on, I'm gonna open up a private browser here. I'm gonna go to Tinder.com, and I'm going to click on. Hey, what's up, awesome guy? How's it going? I decline, and then I have login. I have. I don't know, and I'm not going to recreate a Tinder account just to test this out to answer the question, but I'm guessing that if it's not a URL scheme thing, then they are doing something that's specific to Chrome. Chrome did have a way, I think, that it could open up, it could register a Chrome app. And I haven't seen this done in a long time, but I think Chrome had a way where you could, from the web page, register a Chrome app, and it would pop up with a dialog asking you, do you want to open this as basically as a web view? I don't remember what the terminology is, but it would pop up in the system dock as a separate thing. I think that I actually did this with, I think Gmail, it used to ask about that. I haven't seen that done in a long time. But I know that I think specifically Chrome has a way to do web views that get it creates Chrome does it. It's not any browser, but Chrome creates the app for that website on Mac in your applications folder, but it is actually basically a script that then runs Chrome with that web page and then puts it in a web view, a kiosk mode web view. Yeah, okay, that's what Super Stay Up said too. I did it on Firefox. Firefox may have something similar, but that's not an area of expertise that I have. I'm not familiar with that, but it sounds really cool, and I would like to know more about it. If you can tell me more about it, if you find out, I actually would like to know about that. Someone else. So if you go and follow Jojo Byte. So at Jojo Byte, thanks Yurix, thanks for the follow. Go and follow Jojo Byte and ask him next time he's on. Is he on right now? Let's see. Who's on right now? Sometimes he's on when I'm on. He's not on right now. But go ask him next time. A chat miss? What? You're welcome. I'm glad. Thanks. Okay. Oh, and hello everybody. Welcome. All right, so I think I finished this just now. So what I want to do is, we got the install there. I need to produce a half-decent README. I'm just going to grab this one from RG and DuckDNS README. Title is DuckDNS.sh. So maybe I will put this in under DuckDNS.sh for now, and if and when I do the PowerShell one, I may rename the repo. Let's see, Beyond Code Bootcamp. Or maybe, I don't know. What should I do? Whoops. Here we go, tagline. I think I had a decent tagline. Let me go back to that. I'm going to close out some of these. And what was this one? POSIX. It's going to take me months to say POSIX correctly and stop accidentally saying POSIX all the time. Okay. Hold on. DuckDNS.sh. What did I have? I think in the output. No, I just have usage. I don't have a description. Maybe I should put a description. I'm not going to worry about that right now, though. Okay. Okay, let's see. DuckDNS. Tracking your IP address. Let me see, what did the caddy one look like for the tagline? I think I am going to keep with the .sh for now. I don't know. POSIX script. Next. Oops. Oh, this is actually hard to describe. I'm trying to think of, well, dynamic DNS updater for DuckDNS.org. Works in all POSIX. Works on all POSIX. I want to say POSIX-ish systems. Mac, Linux, BSD, etc. There we go. I'm gonna throw the word Docker in there because I am. Okay, let me go back here and check on the chats. POSIX sounds like a name where POSIX. Wait, POSIX? POSIX sounds like a name where POSIX is like positive zix. Yeah, POSIX. Well, that I'm positive about POSIX is the mnemonic for it. I don't know. It's one of those things where I don't know if I should actually go with the person who said it, you know? Because sometimes people are just wrong about naming things. And I think this is one of those occasions where it's obviously wrong. Okay, so DuckDNS.sh, DuckDNS.sh. Let's see. Is the best dynamic DNS client to date. Only does it work on all POSIX systems, but it can also register itself with your system launcher. Systemd on Linux. Launch control on macOS. Okay. And then, what are we going to do here? DuckDNS.sh auth subdomain. DuckDNS.sh run subdomain. Let's see, update, enable. So paste your token from DuckDNS.org. Do your first DuckDNS update. Register as a register with the system launcher. Register to launch on boot, Linux, or login Mac. There we go. This is one of the tougher parts, writing the documentation. Okay. Manually update now. Okay. Let's see here. Paste your token from DuckDNS.org. Let's see here. Nope, that's going to be. This goes to DuckDNS.org to start. Oops. There we go. My domain name. Do not include .duckdns.org. Okay. Set to launch on login, Mac, or on boot. Pause versus POSIX, the great debate. Yeah, why does Richard Stallman decide? I think it's one of those things that it's too technical, because in order, you have to have a little bit too much expertise in order to be familiar with POSIX as a standard. So you're a little bit above the average Linux user, for example. So unlike the debate of GIF versus GIF, where I forget what we all say, but pretty much everybody in the world says JPEG and GIF, right? GIF or GIF? I can't remember. Because I just brought it up, I can't remember the way that it's said normally. But you get what I mean. There's a way that everybody says it, and it's not, you know, it's a landslide victory for one of the pronunciations. And it's GIF, right? It's a GIF file. Giphy. Yes, Giphy. That's right. Because there's Giphies. Okay. Yeah, so it's a landslide victory for GIF. So despite what the author says, the author is incorrect because the world has voted, and the world has voted not in his favor. With POSIX, it's such a small group of people that are familiar with POSIX that I don't know that there can be a landslide like that. I think that if we put it up to a worldwide pseudo vote, I think that POSIX, dang it, not POSIX? POSIX would win out. POSIX? Whatever. POSIX would win out. Because if you just... and it's all caps, too. And that's the other reason that it's... Because it's all caps, you want to use the harder syllables. So it's POSIX. 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 It's POSIX. Not POSIX. That's the other thing, is that it's actually... It's an S, not a Z. It's POSIX. POSIX. POSIX? It's POSIX. POSIX. And that's how it's spelled. It's spelled POSIX, and it's all caps. Blah! Yeah, it is POSIX according to... You can look up the Wikipedia. Richard Stallman. Yeah, that's what he called it. All right. Call it foobar. There we go. And then usage. Let me just... in this case, I think I did a good enough job on the help to just post it. And then let me see. Oops, files. Let me make sure I've got this in there. I got the cheat sheet for... DuckDNS.sh, and then actually doesn't really do anything. Yeah, that's kind of confusing to have that .sh there. Oh well, I already made the choice. I'm leaving it. Okay. See files, cheat sheet. Let's see. How to check my current IP address. How to check your domains. Current DNS records. .sh IP. And then I should point out, you know, this is the same as https api.ipfi.org. Let me see, what did I do here? Unix is pronounced Unix. It's not pronounced Unix or Unix. Personally, it doesn't matter. You're wrong. Sorry, you're just wrong. It does matter. It matters how... No, it's not like an accent, because if you have... Well, it is like an accent, because it is difficult to understand what people are saying and what they mean when they do not pronounce and say words correctly. So yes, it is like an accent. But different people say however they want it. Nah. So there's different... maybe there's a distinction between, say, dialect and accent. So an accent in America, someone from Texas has a southern drawl. So when they say their vowels, they say them a little differently. And the timing of their words is a little different. And out east, people say mountain, and out west, people say mountain. But there is a correct way to say the word mountain, and that's mountain. And mountain, if your vowels have an accent, mountain, that's different than having poor enunciation or poor pronunciation or poor emphasis, or having the syllables in the wrong order. Because if you put the emphasis on the wrong syllables, no one's going to understand you. And it's difficult to communicate effectively with people. So there's a distinction between an accent, as in people will draw out their vowels in a slightly different way, versus a dialect where you're actually saying a different word. And POSIX and POSIX, that's not a difference of how you pronounce the letter O in your locality. They're different words. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm quite saying that right, but art for the sake of art is great, but not in science. Warsh? Yeah, so when it gets so bad, like wash and warsh, there's a line, and I don't know exactly how to define it, but there's a line where it goes from being an accent to being a dialect. Where you're actually just saying different words. So, for example, we have different languages. So French and Portuguese are different languages. But at some point, a dialect of French became Portuguese. Or is it the other way around? A dialect of Spanish became Portuguese? But there was a language, and so the words became different. And so then you have cognates. So computer and computador, they are different words. They are cognates, but they're different words. Yeah, if enough people do it, even if it's wrong, it's right, unless they can't agree. That's where democracy kicks in. Mob rules. Yeah. I've never heard anyone say wooter, I don't think, but that sounds kind of Norse-ish. Anyway, what was I doing here? Wait, was it 6.4 or was it 4.6? Okay. Dig plus short A. There we go. How to manually set your domain's DNS records. Hopefully this isn't just fluff. I'm trying to think okay. All right, I think that's good enough. I think the usage of this is, I hope it's clear enough. Somebody take a look and yeah, give me your thoughts on this, and then let's get, this is going to be up on beta.webi and momentarily. Let's see here. So what all do I need? I need install.sh, readme, and releases. I think I got those things. So let's go ahead and say feature add DuckDNS.sh. And I kind of want to do this. Okay, that's not a good example. Which one of these is, what aliases do we have here? iTerm, there we go. So I'm going to try this. We're going to do iTerm, readme. DuckDNS, DuckDNS.sh alias, DuckDNS.sh, DuckDNS.sh, DuckDNS.sh. I should have just replaced iTerm2 with DuckDNS.sh. Currently an alias for That may change in the future. Okay, let's try this. iTerm DNS. iTerm 2, there we go. Ah, whoops. Okay, so I'm setting up the alias. Let's see. This is what I want to do. I want to say how do I want to do this? Exit 1. Is reserved for future use. Did you want DuckDNS instead? There we go. Here we go. I think that's what this should look like. Okay, let me try to make sure I'm getting this right. Oh, darn. Whoops. MV... LA... Okay. Let's make sure that this is as right as it can be. Okay, I'm solid on, it's called DuckDNS.sh. It's not called DuckDNS. I'm solid on that until we have the PowerShell version. And the PowerShell version, I may re-release it as just DuckDNS. But for right now, final answer, it is DuckDNS.sh. Okay. I'm just double checking. Okay, and it does have the .ssh right there, or .sh there, which it should. There's no reason it wouldn't. I just want to double check because I didn't have it there before. Okay, so it also needs to be called this here. And here. And here. So I need to look for any place where there's DuckDNS and it's not followed by a period. So that one, underscore, that one, space. Wait. I'm going to check the chat in just a second. Okay. Let me go check what version. Yeah, version puts out that. Okay. Solid, sold, final answer. All right, I'm going to check the same thing in the README. I'm going to check the same thing in the releases. And then we're gold. Okay, there's that. What? Okay, DuckDNS. DuckDNS.alias for now. Okay. Push, final answer. And then we're going to move DuckDNS.alias, DuckDNS. I'm going to add that one. And then here we literally only have this. Okay. Feet add DuckDNS alias. Sorry, I'm gonna get back to telling you what I'm doing and saying things and all that in just a second. Okay. So I'm going to go back here and I'm going to go to the releases and I'm going to cut a new release. So tag is that v1.0.3. What was different about between these two? Let's just take a look at the commits here. Add version information. Add version info. Respond to and the same as. Hey, what's up, Juan Caparu? Thanks for the follow. And then what else? Add so add version, subcommand, respond. Aliased as version and -v as it should be, and then fix Webi URL typo in docs. I think those are the things that are done here. This is the latest release. We don't need to save a draft. We can publish it. Okay. And there we are. So now we have all but published to Webi. Git push tags. Yeah, the tags were already there. Okay. Oh, one thing that I forgot to do is I forgot to actually update the README. That's okay, we'll get there. That'll be the very last thing we do. Sorry, I'm switching back and forth here. All right, let me catch up on comments for a second. So, language is always evolving. That's true, and I have a love-hate relationship with this because things come to me in the opposite, and I really don't like appropriation of meaningful words to meaningless words. The trend is towards doublespeak, right? Everything means the thing and its opposite depending on the context. And this is not good. This does not facilitate communication, does not help make things clear. I'm guilty myself, but yeah. From Philadelphia, it's common here, the hard O in words, but I consider it more of a Philly, New Jersey thing. The Philly accent is more like, I don't know, what? It's a lot different than what I consider my accent. Okay, I've been up there, and I've heard the Paktakaniad. I mean, that is, according to my previous explanation, borderline dialect. It becomes difficult to understand people. I think when you cross the line of dialect is when you actually use different words in similar idioms. When you actually, when you get that second generational bit. Interweave between lazy and proper talk. I try not to say the word like anymore at all. I haven't been super strong on it lately. I try to not say One thing that helps with this, unless you're in a conversation where you're trying to keep control of the conversation, because if you let a pause, someone else will butt in. So a lot of verbal stutters that we have are to maintain control in a conversation. But here, and when presenting, having pauses without any uhs or ums or likes, there's no need for me to maintain control of this conversation because you have already subscribed to my control of the conversation and you do not have an option or an outlet to take control of the conversation. So essentially, when you are in presenter mode, it is of no benefit to you to have the verbal stutters. But the verbal stutters make sense when you are in a group context where you're declaring that you have not yet adequately finished your thought to your satisfaction. I have 4 half-brothers, all of which grew up separate from each other. We all have the exact same voice over the phone. That is interesting. Okay. So, this is all pushed, right? So we don't need that anymore. That can die. All right, we're going to go into beta web install.dev. We're going to go into installers. I'm going to run rough DuckDNS. Oh, there's this other one I need to finish up. I might do that tonight. We'll see. All right, we need to get rid of the common GitHub source. I'd almost forgotten about that one. It was in the back of my mind that I needed to do it. Okay, let's do get fetch here. Get branch, get checkout, duck, add DuckDNS.sh. Oops. Whoa. Do I not have... I'm so confused right now. Did my fetch not work? Did I just not see that earlier? Okay, what's going on? What the Banana Republic happened here? Web install. Webi installers. Branch. Okay, something weird's going on. Let's go check it out on GitHub. Okay, that's not where we need to be. We need to actually be at webinstall.dev. Go to GitHub. By the way, that seems small. Oh, I made it small. That's why it seems small. Okay. And then... add DuckDNS.sh. Okay, preview at... There's no preview yet. Okay, it's definitely there. So something is a little wonkadonk, but I'm not quite sure what. Okay, get fetch-a maybe? That's going to be a little weird. Something is wrong. Something is off. Why? Alright, let's do get checkout-b next-ish. No. What is going on? Get checkout main. Okay, fetch. Okay, why was get fetch not working in the other directory? Maybe it just had some bad state and it needed me to change branches? Alright. So here we are. Now, if we go to beta.webinstall.dev, there we are. DuckDNS.sh. I kind of wish I'd named it with a -sh rather than a dot, but I've done what I've done. I can undo what I've done. I can make what I've done different. Meh. Alright, let's try it out. Alright, DuckDNS.sh. Hey, it worked! Let's, little bit of celebration there. Wait, that didn't work. I don't know how to lip sync that, you know? But this is more important. Okay. So, it works. Don't even know what we did, but I'm glad we did. Hey, Mimda. And by the way, thanks everybody that's joined in on the conversation. And Dezo, I'm sorry I did not properly say hello to you earlier. I just said you're wrong. Oh, what's this? POSIX. Oh yeah. That I missed a little bit of conversation here that looks like it might have come through. Well, I think I got most of these. I think there's just a few comments I missed, so sorry if I miss anything. And Dezo, is that how you pronounce it? Everybody is free to correct my pronunciation, especially of your own name. Then Mimda. That sounds really cool. Mimda. Yeah. I'm glad we did it too. So this was the conclusion. Really, the last stream was the conclusion of the actual project itself, and then this stream was making modifications in order to publish it. One of the modifications that we needed was to have a version command, because if you're going to publish something, it needs to have versions. We also made some modifications to Webi, because up until this point, Webi has not supported source releases because we haven't really done a whole lot with just plain scripts. Most of the things are binary. And this actually kind of changes some of the focus of Webi, especially once I learn myself some PowerShell, because I think there's going to be more of a... What we want are things like Go, Rust, Zig, and POSIX shells, or POSIX scripts. But I think there might be room for PowerShell. And PowerShell is POSIX-ish. They actually do make some effort to be POSIX-y. It's not... They don't put a strong effort on it. It's not good enough that you can run a POSIX script. For example, the if conditions just don't work at all the same way. There's not an if-then syntax, if I remember correctly. There's certainly not a fee. But PowerShell does intentionally include some POSIX features. So, I don't know. F for effort? This is all... Essentially, I for the uninitiated, this is Bash. Because Bash is the easiest way to communicate what POSIX scripting is. But POSIX scripting is a more strict subset of Bash. It is the OG, well, kind of OG, because it's both forwards and backwards. POSIX scripting is based off of Born scripting. Bash is Born Again Shell, which is meant to be an interactive, and rather than just being for scripting, it's meant to be interactive, whereas POSIX is more meant to be for scripting, and it's not meant to be interactive. And Fish is meant to be interactive, and they can argue that it's meant to be for scripting, but it's not for scripting. So if you're not familiar with Fish, let me drop this for you as well. I don't think that Microsoft ever implemented the bare minimum required for the POSIX standard. I have a hard time believing that. There are many standards within the POSIX standard, so they may have done some sort of bare minimum at a kernel layer or at some sort of interface layer, but POSIX defines the POSIX shell. And it also defines POSIX commands like tar. Now Windows does have tar. And it also has SSH and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time imagining. Windows is not very POSIX-y, but it may have been some subset of the C standard interfaces. Because a lot of POSIX assumes C. And the broad standard of POSIX. Because there's POSIX scripting, but there's POSIX all the other things. There's POSIX syscalls and so forth. And there's a lot of things that are just labeled as undefined, which is sad, but right. What do you do? Anyway, I need another maintainer for this. I am probably going to end up pulling this in. A lot of times I'll cheat. So, for example, this one right here, I'm going to pull this in very soon. I might just pull it in right now. But a lot of times I'll piggyback. I'll put one thing on another thing so that I can get both in so I can approve it myself. Because I don't have enough real-time help with the Webi project. Ryan is often not online when I'm online, and depending on the day, it might be a day when he can code or not code. But let me bug him real quick. Okay. Whoops. No, that's not what I want. There's also hotfixes that I can leverage. I try to be very judicious with those, but there is a hotfix system where I can publish something without getting it approved. Anyway, here we are. So if you want to use DuckDNS, here we go. There you are. Now you can get this installed, and this will be within 24 hours at the latest. This will be available on the main webinstall.dev. And I'm also going to make one other change while we're all here, and this is related. Is I'm going to go up one level, and I am going to edit. Let's see. Views, index. What else do I have? I need to get Docker on here, believe it or not. That's one of the things that I think is an obvious bit of missing is Docker. So we're going in alphabetical order here. We got delta.env, and then we will have DuckDNS.sh, DuckDNS.sh, dynamic DNS for your DuckDNS.org subdomains. Let's see what all we've got here. Feet add DuckDNS.sh, and actually I may change the name of this to be stylized. IP tracking. I need to make myself a little utility that will just automatically anything that starts with, whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Ah, no. Rebase. Abort. There we go. That will automatically take anything that starts with just F and then fold it into the previous one, because it's pretty common for me to do that. Alright, so there, that's pushed. Alright, check comments over here again real quick. Yeah, it was so bad that nothing could actually work. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. POSIX support in Windows. Well, before they had the Windows subsystem for Linux, WSL, they had something else that definitely needed rebranding if they were going to do it right. But they had a Unix subsystem, I think is what it was called. I don't remember what it was called in Windows 7 or 8 or XP, but it's been there. That it's been an optional package, but when you install it, I don't know what happens. Okay, so there we are. DuckDNS.sh. So now all I need is a review on that, but I think it's time for me to take a break. Eat, maybe. Oh, ooh, I think the kids are already in bed. Ooh, I'm gonna be in trouble. Okay, but I think I'll get back on and we'll do this XDG download dir. And yeah, I'm kind of surprised nobody's I don't think Docker has been suggested. I have a little script to install Docker. The problem is Docker. The very reason that Docker belongs here is the reason that Docker doesn't belong here. So in general, this is meant to be for things that are modern, that are cross-platform, and that just make sense. Oh, I need to add bun. Yeah, thanks for that, Jojo Bite. Jojo Bite apparently is watching in right now, but I don't see him. Hey, Jojo Bite, would you care to be a maintainer of webinstall.dev? You can message me in the private chat since you can't post in this chat. Let me make sure that I have. I think there's a way to do approved people. Let me see if I can approve you. I'm going to go to security and privacy, and you might already know this because you've looked into a ton of this stuff that I have not yet. But is there a way to that I can pre-approve you, that I can say whenever you are in the stream that you, oops, go back to this, yeah. Where, theater mode, start casting, come on. Oh, there we go. All right. I think I'm going to have to update this thing. I don't know what I'm doing there. Blindly approve all the pull requests. That's right. Okay. Jojo Bite, I'm going to add you. Actually, wait, we have another collaborator. What? I don't know. So for some reason, the beta browser is not allowed to use Touch ID. All right, USB security key. There we go. Or maybe it's because they both have the same signature or name or something. Let's see. Yorun hasn't been around in a while. Has anybody seen Yorun? Hold on. I think I want to add you to maintainers. I have a high level of trust with you. Yorun has helped out a lot, but I haven't met him in person. Okay. I'm bringing you into the fold. Okay, you should have that invite if you want to go accept it. Okay. So I need one review. And if you've been watching the stream, you've kind of seen what I've done. But the DuckDNS itself has been well tested. We're not doing much with that here. The GitHub source was, up to this point, we've only had binary releases for projects. But having a POSIX script means that we don't need to do binary releases that require some sort of upload task. Merely tagging a release is good enough. And so that's what this GitHub source is about, is it's just modifying it to say, you give a list of operating systems and architectures that you believe it works for, and it's just going to take the tarball and the zipball and then generate the combination of what you see at, for example, if you look at the releases, JSON. So look at the JSON releases here. There's really only 2 releases, but it generates all of these permutations for every possible... I probably need to find a way to trim this down because, for example, macOS doesn't work on x86, but it lists it here as x86 for macOS. So there's probably something I need to do to pare that down, but that would be an improvement, an optimization. Let's see what else. The README, you can check out the README, which you definitely should, and you can give feedback on it. So here's the README. DuckDNS README. And I hope everybody's having a good time tonight. Remember, oh, that didn't pop up yet. Hold on. Here we go. Remember to like what you like, because if you like what you like, you get more of what you like. So, like, sub, follow. Appreciated if you want to. Not trying to tell you how to live your life, unless we're talking about language or code. And then I'm trying to tell you how to live your life. And I've got pretty strong opinions, in case you haven't noticed. Then there's also a link to the Discord in there as well. Okay. So this is, it's similar. Let's see, let me take a look at the README again. And then the last thing that I would do here is I'm going to update the install to have the web install or git releases. Oh, I think I need to make sure that main is, or that v1 is the same for this. Hold on just one second. So git checkout v1 rebase main. It's up to date. Okay, good. Let me make sure it's pushed. All right, good. Gonna have our compatibility guarantees and all that. Okay. Well, if you are doing web dev and you haven't checked out DuckDNS, please do yourself the favor of doing that. One really neat trick is, well, actually, this should go in the cheat sheet. I'm actually going to put a to-do for that. I'm not going to do it right now because I need to take a bio break and some other stuff. but cheat sheet updates. So let me just make note of this, and then okay, these should go in the README and on Webi. So one of the things that DuckDNS is really great for is you can set your IP address to be 127.0.0.1 and ::1, so you can use localhost. So there's a whole slew of problems, a whole slew of things that you run into if you're developing on the literal local host. This has to do with cookie policy. It has to do with domain security policies. There's just a lot of problems that either you create for yourself and then you do poor work because it would have worked in production, but it won't work on localhost, or you have the opposite problem where you think it's going to work in production, but there's things that work on localhost that won't work in production. So I would recommend never using localhost if you can avoid it. You can do something instead, like say create local 1999. And whoops, I need to sign in here again. This is Beyond Code Bootcamp. All right, so let's call this local 1999. And it just so happens that that's available. And so now I could put in all my projects as I'm developing local-1999.duckdns.org, and I could develop on that domain. And if I needed to do an app that had single sign-on or something like that, you actually get a wildcard for this as well. So you can do subdomains off of this. That's another thing I should probably make mention of. We got subdomains. So DuckDNS is a really useful tool, and I'd highly recommend it. All right, let's see what we got here. Is there just a ton of yellow snow outside the shed? No, I will go back inside the house to do my business. All right, so that one is up. And then let's see. And then this installer, to continue looking at this pull request, the installer is copied from the ripgrep installer. That was the basis, and I think I also copied something from the Caddy installer. I want to do Webi 2.0 at some point, and what I'm going to re-architect the way that the shell scripts work entirely. There's just so much more information that I have now, and so much I know shell scripting so much better than I did before. And so what I would do is actually have most of these would be auto-generated through a combination of heuristic checking. So if we know how to get the releases, then we can go check the releases, open the release file, see what's inside, and then create the installer from the way that the release looks. And generally there's two ways: the Windows way and the POSIX way, or Unix-ish way. And so heuristically, we can determine from just downloading two files what the PowerShell script and what the installed POSIX script should look like. And then we also know ahead of time, because there is a little Bootstrap script that gets downloaded first before the real installer is generated. So we actually know ahead of time, do you have zip installed? Do you have tar installed? Do you have XZ installed? So we know these things ahead of time. So the script that you get back, there's a balance I want to strike. I want it mostly to be not dynamic, but we can have the variables already set in the script, and so there's less checking that we need to do. So we can given a repository, we can generate the script that unpacks it statically, and then we can fill in some of the variables dynamically that go in the header of the script. So there's the static part that would get committed to the repository as a manual process for security, and then there's the headers that would get generated by the web server that are appending it before the script runs. Or we could maybe even turn those into environment variables. I'd have to think on that a little bit, but basically we could just have a longer install script that is relatively less complex by including certain static portions. So there's a static portion for curl or for wget, and you're going to get one or the other depending on what's installed. The Dino one didn't know that unzip wasn't installed. It does know that it's not installed. It actually gives you an error message. Does it not? Because it'll give you an error message saying could not find any package for these things. These are the available packages. Now the error message is not as clear as it could be because it doesn't specifically say, hey, how about installing zip? Because that's the suggestion that it should make. But again, with all of the combinations of things that you could possibly have, trying to generate those suggestions would be rather difficult. But I would say that over the years, the zip problem is a very common problem. It's probably the most common problem. So handling that specifically, I think makes sense to pull into that script. Anyway, and then we've got the README aliases, or we've got the alias that's DuckDNS that doesn't actually do an install. So anyway, can you take a look at this, JojoBite? I was kind of waiting, hoping that you would be able to look at this and give me an approval. All right. Well, I'm about to get off. Thanks everybody for joining in. I'm going to go ahead and prepare a raid. Let's see who's on. Todd Punk is on. Let me see what he's doing right now. Let me give a listen and see what he's up to. Because if he's just screaming obscenities, I don't necessarily want to. He's a potty mouth. Todd Punk's a potty mouth. I don't know what he's doing. And he doesn't have chat turned on. Okay, we're not going to follow Todd Punk because you wouldn't be able to interact with him. He says test mode on his stream, so he's not doing anything particularly interesting yet. Let me see who else we got. Is anybody else I know on? Then nobody else is on yet. So I don't know. I don't know what to do there. JojoBite, are you getting on? Well, so JojoBite, you can test it just by going to beta.webinstall.dev/DuckDNS.sh. That's how you test it. Because cloning it locally, you can't, I mean, you can test it that way, but this is kind of the proof is in the pudding kind of thing. So this one, you be the maintainer that you feel like you need to be. But this one is additive, so at worst, nothing is going to break. So we're not changing something that people already rely on. So my standards for adding something new are lower than for changing something, because changing something can break it for someone. Adding something is not going to break it. And I, in most cases, don't want to rush, but I just wanted to get this done and then go to the boys' room. But if you need more time, then I'll just end the stream and that'll be that. All right, Snowfrobe, thanks for showing up. And thank you, everybody, for participating in the chat. That is when it's fun for me. I don't know that I ever want to be one of those streamers that has so many messages in chat that I can't actually read them. I think it's really... I've watched some of these streams. Well, I'd never watched them before. I got on Twitch to push things out into the world, not to consume things. I've spent maybe 4 hours tops over the past couple of years watching stuff on Twitch. Maybe more, maybe 5 or 6, but very, very little. And I don't know how a lot of these streamers can do it, where it's just walls of people rage typing emojis out or whatever. But I feel like when we get to maybe 100 or so, where we've got 100 people in at the same time, I think that that's going to be really awesome. I think that that's going to be the sweet spot for me in terms of having that interactivity. And I love being able to address individually and talk about things. And I think this channel is probably niche enough that it won't reach the popularity of some of those others. Plus, we actually do code on this channel. I've watched a lot of the coding channels, and people are just doing weird stuff. It becomes a form of entertainment. It's like it turns into a I'm not quite sure. It seems like one of those Japanese joke channels. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and go back over here. Where did I put this? Where did it go? Where did it go? Here I am saying, hey, approve, approve, approve. But yeah, I do want to make sure, however, Jojo Bite, that you do what you feel is right, and you maintain your personal standards for how things should be approved. You are free to tell me, no, I need to review this. I need the time for it, you know, because if I don't, like, I can't afford to degrade the integrity of the pull review process, but I do want to set some bars for mutual understanding, and one of those is, like I said, new stuff that's low risk, documentation changes. There's certain things that yeah, I want to be able to get through quicker because the risk is lower. Okay, and then, so what do I do here? I go back to, oh, I'm in installers right now, so let's check out main, let's get rebase, and let's push. Hey-oh! Bow, 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 bow. It's working! I actually hit the wrong one because I rearranged these, and the Anakin and the Unix system are right next to each other, and they actually look pretty similar as icons. There we go. Cool. Well, with that, and then there's one other thing I need to do, sneaky tiki, because if we now go to, let's get rid of the beta. So we go to webinstall.dev. So it's here. So we should be able to try it. It should work. Let me go ahead and test it for myself. So .local opt. There's a whole bunch of stuff here. There's some DuckDNS stuff here. I want to rumruff that. And then I actually want to get rid of it from the downloads folder. And so let's see. Oh, Webi. Yeah, we'll get rid of that from the downloads folder. Okay, there it goes. Boom. All right, so that worked. Then what next? So now I should be able to test that it still works. And it still works. I should have tested that it doesn't work once I removed it, just to prove that it doesn't work. Let's go ahead and do a command-v DuckDNS.sh, and that shows us that it is where we expect it to be, perhaps. Let's go ahead and just list that. And then we can see it's a symlink, and it goes to right there where it should be. So that's all good. But then if we go on the home page, you will notice that it is not on the home page. No DuckDNS right here where we put it. So that's where I need to log into the production server, and I need to go to the website, which is a different repository entirely, and I need to do a pull and then run the build. Gosh, do I even remember how to run the build? I think it's just npm run build. Hope that's what it is. Okay, and then that is re-rendering everything. So now it's all statically rendered, and ba-da-bum! There we go. We got it. What can I say but... we must because we can. Alright, now I'm turning into a Japanese cartoon. Okay, I'm going to check and see, did anybody else come online? Alright, I'm going to throw y'all at Todd Punk, despite the fact that he's a potty mouth and that he doesn't have chat on. So, thanks for joining in. Really appreciated the comments. It made it really fun. I'm glad we got to chat and talk. I hope to see y'all again. Like, sub, follow if you want to. Remember, if you like what you like, you emotionally like. So, like, sub, follow, etc. Blah, blah, blah. And join the Discord if you want to. And check out the content request channel if you got something that you would like to see me cover. This year is going to be great. I've switched over to being full-time contractor rather than full-time employee, which means that now I can work any hours. I can fit in my personal projects again. I'm going to be making a greater income, working fewer hours than I was last year. Last year was hard because I was working a job and a half. And this year, fingers crossed, if I can mentally stay in the right rhythms and space myself so I work hard on money-making stuff for a couple days, and then I can work hard on project stuff for a couple of days. So hopefully it all works out. Anyway, so for reals, adios. Thanks very much. Catch you later. Adios.